ينفع ولا لا؟
طيب هو احنا we will be talking in English مظبوط؟
Yes, so
إن شاء الله رب العالمين. So I apologize first of all. I apologize for the slight delay due to the different time zones. I just had to pray before we start so that we can go on smoothly. I would love if we can start with a quick introduction from the teams. So if can every team choose somebody from them and they just give us a 30-second introduction, what the team is doing, and if it's a graduation project or it's a startup, and which country they are representing or are they from. Can we do that?
فهمي يعني ممكن تجيب them permission إن هم open المايكس.
ايه يا عمرو معاك قول تاني؟
يديهم البرميشن كده إن هم ممكن يفتحوا المايكس.
انا مديهم بيرميشن ان هم يقدروا يتكلموا، اي حد يقدر يفتح المايك دلوقتي.
أوكي.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Ashraf.
Good evening.
How are you, Mr.?
Who's with me?
With you is الخطاب سالم الهنائي from Oman.
أهلا وسهلا سالم، كيفك؟
الخطاب سالم.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، دايما بخير يا رب.
الحمد لله. I am from the Oman IoT and AI challenge.
Okay.
My project is in the school category, so I am from the school category.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many team members do you have?
I am only the one.
You are the only entrepreneur on that one.
You can say that I am the team.
Okay, very good. We will come to that later. No problems.
Yeah. Will we represent anything?
No, today and tomorrow are going to be sort of say like webinars or lectures. Today we will talk about value proposition and the importance of value proposition when it comes for any startup or project.
Yeah, clear.
And how to build that value proposition. So I know that most of you already have products, but it's very, very important before we can explain how do you tell the story of your startup or how do you pitch your startup, which is what we're going to talk about tomorrow, is how well defined is the value proposition and do you really understand what your value proposition is? Because from my experience working with a lot as a previous serial entrepreneur, as we will see now, and from my previous experience over the last maybe 10 or 15 years working with startups, usually the startup, specifically everywhere in the world, but especially in our region, have a good working product, but then they don't really understand what the really value proposition is that they are selling to their customers. They think it is one thing while the customers think it is another thing. And that really affects the way they present or they pitch their projects. So the program is for today to talk about the value proposition, how we create value proposition in general. It's like sort of a crash course on entrepreneurship. It will most probably touch all the stages that most of you have went through. And then tomorrow we will have another lengthy day, another 4 or 4+ hours working, another seminar, and that's going to be focusing solely on what is a pitch and how to build a successful story that actually implements all the needed elements that are required for a startup to pitch for an investment or pitch in front of a jury. Then the other 2 days is going to be a one-to-one mentoring where you guys are going to present me. It's like mentoring. The teams will present their pitches after trying to apply what we have talked and discussed in today and tomorrow, inshallah. And from that pitch, then I will start giving them the remarks, and they have the chance to work on these remarks and send us the pitch back to Amr and his colleagues. They will forward to me so we can re-amend that with them. So hopefully by Friday, Saturday, you all should have a clear idea on how and what are you going to be presenting in Dubai, I think on the 16th or the 17th of December. I don't remember the date. Is that clear for everybody? Does anybody have a question on that?
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you, Mustafa.
Does any other team want to introduce himself, please?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm Sarah Khadim. I'm representing the iSense project, coming from the Morocco AI IoT challenge. And we're about like 6 team members. I'm the only one present today. Probably we're going to have more team members like joining tomorrow. I'm one of the co-founders and also doing some business development work inside the team. The project iSense is about, I would say it's an IoT software for predictive maintenance applications.
Okay. And again, because I have difficulty in hearing you guys, which country you're from, Sarah?
I'm from Morocco, Maghreb.
Morocco, okay, very good. Okay. You just want to lock it. What's going on here? Somebody else can give us an introduction about themselves?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
My name is Omar Adam Ibrahim.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
I'm from Nigeria.
Very well.
The university track. My project is automatic speech recognition.
Okay.
For Nigerian local languages.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a
nice
startup or a graduation project?
Graduation projects.
Okay. Okay, Omar.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Thank you.
I look forward to helping all of you and listen from you, and hopefully, inshallah, on the next coming days.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Who else?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So I'm Alwi Yahya from Morocco. I represent the team Electronics, and it's a graduation project. So our team, the focus of our team is to build kits, like customized kits, to help children learn electronics and help like people from beginners in electronics to like further polish their skills and learn new stuff related to IoT and AI.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay. Who else?
Hi, this is Walid from Egypt.
Ahlan
I'm
Walid.
helping team iHelp. iHelp is working with is a startup and is working with people with special needs, mainly for helping them in how to use the technology in their lives. we are building mobile applications that having helping them to get all accessibility like smart homes and devices for the IoT and the AI for how to use them and how to help them in training and in implementation. That's all.
Very
for
good.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you. This is very, very encouraging, guys. I really look forward for seeing what we are going to do together in the next coming days, inshallah.
Yeah, and we are also waiting for all this. Looking forward to this.
Inshallah. Okay, so everybody can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Okay, so let's continue the introductions. Hello.
Okay. My name is Mustafa Ashraf, and I am the presenter of the team Monoclonal Antibodies Designer. I'm from Egypt, high school track. Our project mainly focusing on developing a broad type of drugs, which is inside in the labs by using AI and machine learning.
Okay, very good. Very interesting. Hey.
My team is composed of 3 members, and I am the member who present the team now.
Very good. Great. مين تاني يا شباب؟
Hello there.
أهلا أحمد تفضل.
Hello Mr. Ashraf. My name is Ahmed Sami. I'm from Egypt. I have represent Banha University in graduation project.
Okay.
Our graduation project is about indoor positioning system, which means that I help people to determine their location, their position in indoor localization.
Okay, great.
That's all.
Who else?
Hi, I'm Lien Al-Fitiani. I'm from Jordan with my partner Zaina Naufal. We're from Robotna Girls team. Our project made for helping blind people with many missions in their lives.
Hey, Lien. Oh, that's a very, very Arabic name. Lien. Okay.
Yes.
It's a true Arabic name. Okay, who else?
Hello, I'm Bash from Morocco. I'm qualified for high school project, and my project is called Connected Edifice. We are here to make it possible for everyone to have a connected home, to have some kind of new affordable and affordable technologies in their houses, make their houses smart with a really low price. That's our main goal.
Okay, great. And that's a startup, that's not a graduation project, or it's a graduation project?
It's more of the high school track.
Okay, great. Okay, anybody else?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Ronald Katamba from Uganda. I am running a startup called Brandscope. We're using drone technology to detect crop disease in
very interesting
crops, and we are focusing in 7 major crops, and we are using also mobile applications. So we're using the deep neural networks to diagnose crop disease with a classification of data sets. Thank you.
Very good. That's great. It's very interesting. Hey, who else?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Kenneth Asimwe. I'm from Uganda, representing Tech under startups, and our project is about SOP adherence system, COVID-19 SOP adherence system. What it does, it monitors social distancing from a CCTV, videos using Python, deep learning, and computer vision. This tool can automatically estimate interpersonal distance from uncalibrated RGB cameras, and this can be used in public places and also in workplaces. We also have an IoT prototype of a contactless temperature measure. So together, this system would like to combat the spread of COVID-19, in public places, mainly monitoring social distancing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
So all great ideas, guys. Who else? Yep. Go ahead. How do you pronounce your name? Mbusa or? Anybody else?
Hello, Mr. Ashraf.
Yes, Mohammed, تفضل.
Here, Mohammed from Tunisia.
Interesting.
Hello, everybody. أهلا شكرا. Hello, everybody. Today, I present the startup Smart Logger. At Smart Logger, we use IoT technology to collect data from field in several activity in agriculture, in smart city, and in industry. We provide, after collecting and treatment data, we provide the decision-making tool to our customer to help them to anticipate in case of failure and to take the right decision in the real time.
Very interesting.
It will be very nice to assist to your training today.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine. Is there anybody else wants to give us a quick introduction? Anybody didn't introduce his idea or his team? Okay, so we'll start. Today we are going to be talking about value creation, because the word entrepreneurship is always associated with innovation, and we will come to that later today. And eventually, why we want to innovate is mainly to create value to our customers, so they create value for us as startups. As everybody introduced themselves, I will just have a quick introduction about myself. My name is Ashraf Tawakkol. I hold a Bachelor of Architecture from Cairo University and a Master's of Architecture in Islamic Art and Architecture from the American University in Cairo. Working for my first almost 8 years of my career as an architect and as an urban developer or an urban reviver for old cities and all urban fabrics, I came to fall in love with working with lots of people. Being a designer gave me a chance through my life to really touch the lives of my customers and the people that I work with. And for me, that was an extremely rewarding experience. Being, that said, being a product leader and a designer and a storyteller got me as early as 1992 in focusing on entrepreneurship, so that I can launch the products that I really believe that solves problems and adds value to a big segment of the people. And as a designer, I fell in love with entrepreneurship. So it was only one time in my life that I focused on growing my company beyond how it can grow. And it got, at the end of the day, acquired by Orascom Technologies, by Orascom Telecom. And since then, I was on a journey of starting up companies. Some of them failed miserably. That's quite normal. That's life. That's the entrepreneurial life. And alhamdulillah, a good portion of them succeeded. So usually when a company succeeds, it gets bought, it gets acquired. I stay some time with the team until I make sure that I've transformed everything to the new corporate. So I have been in and out of the two extreme lives, being an entrepreneur, self-employed, and then go into corporate life. The last thing I did was leading a company as its CEO and president that focused on artificial intelligence and natural language processing from 2010 till 2017. By 2017, working all this time as well in my spare time with startups and entrepreneurs made me take a decision in 2017 to step down and go back and do something that I've always dreamt of, which is starting up a multidisciplinary design house, a design house that designs anything, that focuses on creating value. Part of what we do in 49 is helping customers. Our customers vary from small enterprises, entrepreneurs, all the way to large companies. With large companies, we more focus on helping them change or restructure so that they can recreate value or do innovation in their companies. But the majority of what we do, because that is the most demanding thing, is getting into programs where we actually help startups get out of the startup phase. We want to help, we try to help them get their feet on the beginning of the early growth. So that means we help them validate their ideas, we help them design their products, we help them pitch it to investors so that they can get the initial or the required funding for them so that they can start going on a growth path. By then they can either exit or get acquired or just continue working as they do. I returned back to the corporate life just before COVID broke with a couple of months, in late 2019, with Sheikh Saleh Kamel, if anybody knows the name. Sheikh Saleh Kamel, God bless his soul, was a great businessman, an entrepreneur himself, and he has a big financial arm in addition to the set of companies he owns. Saudi nationality, Egyptian lover, Egypt lover, and he had the vision that we wanted to do a different type of a VC. We called it Al-Masfaq. I acted, since we incorporated Al-Masfaq in Egypt and put it into work, I acted as the deputy CEO and the main chief operating officer, reporting directly to Sheikh Saleh during the initial phase. The breakout of the COVID delayed our launch. By the time he passed away in 2020, in the first half of the beginning of the second half, it was actually late May, early June. By July to September, his children or his heirs decided that they will not continue on with the majority of the financial aspects. We had a private equity arm, a VC arm, and different things that he started in early 2019, and we were putting them into operation. And they decided, because of the crisis, that they will freeze those things. So I returned back to 49 by the end of 2020. I work as an associate consultant with companies like Practic, Delta Square, and other companies, as well as a prime consultant with GIS, which is a not-for-profit organization, working with Masr Al Khail, one of the biggest not-for-profit organizations maybe in the region. I'm a principal in InnoVentures, which is one of the earliest accelerators that were formed in Egypt back in 2010. So let's start, and I would like you guys to engage with me a little bit, okay? So let's start today with an introduction. What is a product? If I show you this and I ask you how many products does this picture shows, how many do you think?
I see a table.
Hmm?
I see a table.
Okay, one product?
3 or 4 products.
3 or 4 products. Who can see 5?
Yes, maybe.
Do I hear a 6?
There are five products.
Okay, who said 6?
I think so. It's 6, not only 4 or 5.
Okay, who said 7?
I can say 10, but where they are?
Okay, who said 11? Okay, guys, let's count them. Okay. The book is a product. Okay, that's 1. The table, 2. The couch or the chair, you can see part of it, 3. And then there is a carpet, 4. But if we look closely, there is something reflecting in the glass. We don't really know actually what it is, but that's 5. But then we said glass. Uh-oh. So the table has a piece of glass. So glass is another product. And the table is consisting of glass and the metal golden frame. So the metal golden frame is another product. And we can fairly see that there is on the far right stitching. So we can say that the chair has a cloth covering. So that's a product. And something, there is a structure behind, we can see that's another product. So we counted 9. That carpet has 2 colors. So that's 2 types of threads. So that's 10, 11. And then the book has a hard cover. That's 12, has paper. That's 13. But what makes the book not a sketchbook is that there is content inside. That's intangible. That's what made it a book. So that's 14. And definitely there is some ink. That's 15. And then we can speculate that maybe on the top of the book that looks like a vase, that's 16. That has a plant, that is 17. And we can go on. So the first rule we have to understand, there is no product or service that stands in isolation. A product or a service is the sum of all its parts. A product or a service is the sum of all its parts. And that's what makes innovation innovation. We'll come to that later. But my next question is going to be, what is a customer? Who is a customer? What is this girl doing in this slide? Girls, No better than boys. What is she doing?
Finding components in the product.
Okay. This is, I think, a shampoo or lotion thing or something like that. And what is she doing? She's looking at the components. She's looking at the sum of some of the ingredients of this product. Why? They are all, if we suggest that she's looking at shampoos, they are all shampoos. What is she looking for?
Something that will work for her specifically.
Exactly. She's looking for something that will suit her specifically. So the second lesson is, despite that products might be similar, they might be made, or they might be the sum of almost the same parts, but they differ from the opinion of the customer in terms of the job that the customer wants to do. So the very important lesson from here is that the value is in the eyes of the beholder, not in our eyes as entrepreneurs. Okay, so just starting to discuss what value is, and then we will discuss how we're going to do it. You have to understand two things. We will never build a product or a service from scratch. It is always made of pre-made products and services. And that's what makes innovation innovation. The second thing is that value is in the eyes of its beholder, or in the eyes of the viewer. So I want you to remember always, all through your journey and all through preparing your pitch, when we talk about pitching tomorrow, those two very important rules, because these are rules and they are undisputed. That any product or service is the sum of all its parts, and that value is always value only through the eyes of the receiver. It's our job to discover this value, maybe enhance it, and choose which parts to build in our product or service that really conveys these values. Sounds simple, but as you already all know, it is not. Okay. Let's take a very quick crash course in economics. How many here in our small group today has any familiarity with the theory of economics, the very basic theory of economics? Does anybody have any background in economics at all? Okay, so let me ask the question another way. What are the oldest known to us economic theories? There are actually two.
And demand.
No, your sound is unclear. Will you say this? Can you say it again, please?
You are referring to supply and demand?
No, that's we will come to that. No, the theory of economics, the theories of economics are two.
There is one. Human need are unlimited.
No, we're talking about capitalism and socialism.
Okay.
These are the main theories of economics, and they were formed in the late 1700s. The capitalism was devised by Adam Smith, and the socialism, which went on the other side, on the eastern side of the hemisphere, was formed by Karl Marx. And despite that, their application resulted in two different political systems, the similarities of the two theories are more than the differences. Okay, but as events folded, the world is more into the capital or in the capitalism type of economy. So most of the business are based on capitalism, if not every business, even in China now. But China is no longer socialism. From an economical point of view, we call it central capitalism. That's where the capital is centralized with the government, but it is capitalism. So the very basic, very basic 001 theory of economics states that there are two main pillars for the capital or the capitalism economic theory. The first is called scarcity. And as you said, it's not demand and supply, it is scarcity. And that's very important to understand the difference. Scarcity builds supply and demand. And it's not the other way. So you need to create a scarcity. If there is no scarcity, you need to create a scarcity, not a need, in order to create the tension of supply and demand. So you start having an economic currents, a positive and a negative. What makes electricity passes by is the tension. There is a plus and a minus. We put a wire from the plus to the minus, we have a current going on. So we create tension. That tension in theory of economics is called scarcity. This is a picture from one of the distant villages in Egypt. Can anybody spot the entrepreneur in this picture?
Water provider.
Yes, the guy in the small truck in the background. Okay, so the thing is, this guy most probably got his car and he doesn't live in this village. He comes from a nearby village that already has water supply. And in Egypt, the place where you get free water is usually the mosque. So most probably this guy passes by a village that already has water. So water, clean drinking water that in that village is not scarcity. It's not scarce. So he fills up the tank, drives 60, 80 kilometers to a village like this one, where they don't have the infrastructure of clean drinking waters. So he sells it to them, and people know this truck. So when it starts coming, you can see everybody is running with his own containers to get water before water is finished. So scarcity is very, very important to create the demand and supply, but we have to understand that scarcity is subjective. It differs from one place to another. Having the same scarcity in one place doesn't mean that I can use it in another place. Okay? Is that clear? Any questions about scarcity? The second rule or the second pillar of capitalism, the economical theory of capital, is that it has to have four main resources. First of all, it has to have a piece of land. We have to have a piece of land. Even if I'm putting anything in the cloud, there is nothing named the cloud. That's a virtual name that we chose to believe. But at the end, that software is running on some servers somewhere in the world. Those servers are sitting in a rack. That rack is occupying a space in a data center. That data center is sitting on a piece of land. As far as we live, we need land. God only knows, maybe we conquer Mars one day and we start putting our servers there. Then Mars is a piece of land yet. Then Mars will have price. But always there is a piece of land, and that explains to you why always we see economies flourishing if real estate is going up. If real estate is not selling, usually the entire economy goes down, because that is the most scarce thing we as human beings have. It's limited. The globe is limited. Okay, we understand this? The second pillar, or the second main resource, is capital. And that doesn't mean that capital is cash. Capital is a piece of equipment that, of course, you have to have cash to buy it, or maybe you borrow it. But capital is the equipment or the resource that you use to produce your value. In that case, the car of the entrepreneur in the previous picture is his capital. Financing that capital is another story. So whenever we say capital, we refer to what actually helps us generate the value that we're going to be selling to our customers, or we're going to be offering to our customers. The third resource, vital resource, there has to be people. People to work and people to sell to. If I have land, I have capital, and there is no people to sell them, no customers who are in need for that, then there is no tension, there is no scarcity. And then finally, the main part of the theory is yourselves. The main part of the theory is entrepreneurs, because those three resources need somebody to lead them. So you guys, entrepreneurs, you are the most second important part of the capital theory in a very high level manner. So we need to have scarcity, we have to have resources. On top of them is an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur decides on the capital, decides on the people, decides on the land. He's the leader. And that's why you can understand now in the Arab countries, we are trying to pick up economically, and we're trying to be up to date. In the African countries as well, we're developing, we're moving. That's why there is so much emphasis on entrepreneurs, because they are the main pillar in economical growth. I like very much a quote that was made by the president of Rwanda in the early 2000s after they finished their civil war. And Rwanda is considered in the index of entrepreneurship facilitation number 2 or 3 in the world. It precedes Dubai. Can you imagine this? It precedes Dubai. And the president of Rwanda's quote was, entrepreneurship is the main locomotive, like a train, is the main locomotive for development. And that's true. So you're not here today or before today. You have to understand that you have a bigger role than just being rich. Okay, we'll come to that later. So what is an entrepreneur? The very definition of an entrepreneur is that he's a person who takes risk. That is wrong. I don't like this definition. A lot of people will tell you this definition. And it's not just out of my head. A great, great guy, we will come to him later with one of his quotes. His name is Peter Drucker. Peter Drucker is an Austrian-American businessman, business consultant, and management consultant. He died at the age of almost 90 in 2005. Most of his writings were made in the 80s, and we consider him today the father of modern management. He consulted most of the Fortune 500 companies, CEOs in the world. And his definition about an entrepreneur was not that he's a person that takes risk. He believes an entrepreneur is a person who always seeks out for change. He responds to it and takes advantage of it as an opportunity. So entrepreneurship is truly about change, and that's why we call it entrepreneurship and innovation. That said, I have, before we just, I don't know if I have the slide usually in this. No, so I will just give a quick, very, very quick talk about this. An entrepreneur can do two things: an SME, a small medium enterprise, and what we call it in MIT, an innovation-driven enterprise. That's what we refer now as entrepreneurship, as a startup. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between both of them? But they both need an entrepreneur. But what is the difference between a startup and an SME? Or a startup in the meaning of innovation-driven enterprise against a small or medium enterprise?
I guess the scalability of the project, minimum effort, then you get an exponential result.
No, both of them have to grow. Okay, I will just launch a very quick drawing pad to explain the difference. Okay, so if I draw a chart of two axes, this is time. And this is, we will take it for now for simplicity, just revenue slash jobs generated. Okay. To compare and use it to compare both of them, we duplicate it very quickly. So we have one for an SME and one for an IDE. The main difference here, I put another layer on top of this, okay, is that an entrepreneur, an IDE, as we said, like Peter Drucker said, seeks change. It looks for it, responds to it, and get opportunity out of it that actually changes how people do something. Like Apple iPhone, Google search, Uber, Zoom, Pinterest. So what they do in an IDE is they take old technologies, which means old parts, looks a little bit into the future, which is we call vision, see a change, and make an opportunity out of it. Okay? While an SME, that's what the entrepreneur does here. So he looks into the future. The entrepreneur and an SME looks to the present. And finds opportunity that already exists due to scarcity in a supply/demand realm. So he actually doesn't innovate anything. He goes into a wide gap of supply and demand, where demand is very high, and he just fills in that supply. Like most of the African and most of the world, with the corona, started producing masks. There is nothing innovative in masks. They were there before the COVID, but they were only made for doctors. But when it was mandatory that everybody wears them, suddenly the gap of supply and demand became very big. Demand is nationwide. So the existing suppliers of masks cannot fill it. So people who can, entrepreneurs who understand that, they went, seeked capital, got a piece of land, and started producing masks and selling them immediately. That is an SME. So, working, how does that work? If we say that there are 4 or 5 stages of any new company, just do them 4 or 5 for the simplicity, no problems. Okay, it is launch, early growth, then growth, something that we call shakeout, and then decline. A company declines, yes. Everything on earth declines and dies, even human beings. Let's take this, put it here as well, so that we have identical charts. Okay. So launch is when you start the business. Early growth is that when you start selling. Growth is when your selling is steady and you broke even and you're making a profit. Shakeout is the phase where you start facing competition. And the shakeout, actually, competition kills some companies, and this defines, are you going to decline in the shakeout or you can escape the shakeout? And then the final phase is where you peak. We call it in business peaking, which means you saturated your market. You're capable of opening new markets. So your earnings are going to stay for some part steady and then it start going down. How does this look like? In an SME. Because an SME, as we said, responds to normal existing demand and supply, he doesn't need validation. He has a proof. He can prove it physically that it's working. So he can go to banks if he has a piece of land, or he can rent a piece of land or a workshop. He can go to the bank and ask for a loan to buy a capital machine. So usually in his phase, of beginning, he was on zero profit, but he is on zero cost because he borrowed the money and they didn't actually give him money, they gave him a machine. So just setting it up. Even if he dips below this line, it is very, very, very little. And then once he started producing, his early growth goes like that. And if he's doing his work fine, he just keeps going linearly like that. He might have a small part here in the shakeout. If he succeeds, he goes like this, and then he starts going down. That's in terms of revenue. Okay, let's look at a startup like yourselves, anybody who's doing innovation. In the launch, they started at zero, then they started burning cash because they want to do a change. They need to validate it. The change is not in demand yet. So what really happens is that their early launch is characterized by losing money. Their best bet is that this is the maximum loss between the launch and early growth. That's when they have a validation and then they start selling. Their early growth stage is always characterized by losses. And then they break even here, but when they start growing exponentially. If they have the shakeout, they still go, and then they decline. So if we look at that, and try to compare this can see at the same time, there is a huge difference in terms of revenue. You get it? This grows exponentially. This grows linearly because the more he wants to grow, the more cost he has. But when we innovate, we control this. We will see this at the end of the day. That's the main part of an IDE. And it generates far more jobs, not just money, than an SME. Look at the amount of jobs created by Uber and the likes. How many people found extra work because of a service like Zoom, a service like Pinterest? So these are the characteristics of an IDE. So that's why we encourage entrepreneurs of all types, SMEs, and startups, as we like to call them, or the innovation-driven enterprises, but usually governments and investors favor the second. The main difference is that this is based on a gap in supply and demand. This is based on change. That's the name of the game. Any questions here? Clear for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Back to the presentation. So, an entrepreneur, an innovative, focused entrepreneur, is a person who is always seeking change. He responds to change and take advantage of it as an opportunity. And guess when change shows up? In the middle of crises. Crises are points of opportunity for innovative entrepreneurs. So it is all about change. So now we have our third part. First, we understand that a product, innovative or non-innovative, is the sum of all its parts. Second, the value is in the eyes of the customer, not in our eyes. And third, innovation is about seeking change. Okay, so what is a business? Can anybody tell me what is a business? It's an extension. This is the fourth rule. And that's an extension for the previous three. Yalla, I gave you a hint, huh? Omar, Sarah, Muhammad, anybody. Those are the names I see in front of me, so I will scroll. Kenneth, Zaina, huh? Ahmed, Derek, Katamba. Am I pronouncing your name properly, Katamba?
Basically, business is just the art of buying and selling. And it's just.
No, I can't hear you. Can you slightly raise your voice?
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, but basically, it's just the art of buying and selling between two different entities. So that is the basic definition of business.
So you think business is what exactly again, ya Omar?
Buying and selling. You buy or you sell.
You buy or you sell.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, but that's not a business. Still, you got part of extending part of what we said for the three rules. But the fourth rule is defined again by Peter Drucker. The only purpose of a business is to create a customer and keep him. If you don't have the customer, you will not sell anything. To sell, you have to have somebody to buy. So the real focus of the business is to create buyers and keep them. Sell them one again and again and again. Because the cost of creating a new customer is by far more expensive than keeping the same customer. That, for example, is Apple. Apple didn't lower the price of the iPhone and they didn't seek to get the entire market share. They have less than 30% of the smartphone market share globally. And yet, they are the most profitable handset seller in the world. By far. Not by slight percentages. They are by far more profitable than Samsung and LG and Apple and everything. And Xiaomi, they are by far more. Why? Because their iPhone customer, they are selling, they keep him. He came in, they have 1 billion users, and they're selling them everything. The iPhone user bought a watch and bought apps and bought music. And now he wants movies. They made him movies. They have the customer, they're keeping the customer in. That's the essence of, that's one of the main corners of your business model. So now we have our fourth corner of the box. Your role as a business is to create a customer and keep him. So your product or service is the sum of all its parts. The value you want to sell your customer is from his opinion, not yours. You need to exploit change as an opportunity to be innovative. And finally, your role is to do the first three things, to create a customer and keep him. I like to put it like this. Entrepreneurship is all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. If you do that, money will come in. But if you focus on the wrong part, they will not come in. You will make some money momentarily, but you will not grow. Google focused on their customers twice, and we will see this example as a live example now, shortly. Apple focused on their customers. Pinterest focused on their customers completely. And the money followed them. Facebook, Pinterest, Zoom, everybody. Uber, every successful startup based on innovation. They exploited change, understood where this change will help the customers, and they focused on providing that change the way their customers will benefit most. We call this value creation. So this brings us to what is a business model. A business model, very simply put, is how a startup or a company creates, delivers, and captures value back from its target customers. It's three things: creating value, delivering value, and capturing value back. And notice that we said value. Money or monetary is one type of the value. Does anybody know before monetary, before having money, how did people live? We call it barter. I am a farmer. I have a cow. My neighbor is a farmer. He grows Oranges. I drink milk, but I want to eat an orange. He's eating oranges, He wants another value, he wants milk. So they come to a fair value exchange. Okay, I'll give you 1 liter of milk and you give me 4 oranges in return. What happened here is value exchange, because the value of drinking milk is different than the value of eating oranges, than the value of eating meat, than the value of eating cabbages, and so on. Monetary was born when people became greedy, when human beings started becoming greedy and they started conquering each other. So the conqueror had to feed his army. So when he settles down in a country, he decided to give them some sort of a coin and issue a decree that the army can buy with this coin whatever they want as far as the farmers consider the value fair. That's how monetary was born. So monetary is just an abstract shape of value. Is that clear? So the business model canvas, which was created by Alexander Ostwalder, because after the dot-com crash in 2000, we discovered in academia that we had nothing written about business models. Business models was just selling and buying, as Omar said. But as technology disrupted everything, they disrupted how we create and exchange value. And that business model, or the business model canvas, as you know it, was developed in almost 8 years. It started in 2001. The rumor says it was tested along with the Google co-founders. And then in 2004, Ostwalder and his partner open sourced the book for authoring it with 647 authors. And after that, with the 2 years, they opened it for testing for something like 1,100 people anonymously, not to be mentioned. I was one of them. So he actually crowdsourced, which is very clever. That's why it is the golden tool. Now, that's the tool that nobody can dispute. And finally, after he validated it and he was very confident of it, they released the book in 2010. So let's look at the business model canvas as a tool, not as a template as most of you use it. And let's try to understand it or build it with those 4 principles that we said. So its core is the value proposition. That's the most important thing you need to know. More about that later. And value proposition, as we said, proposition is from your side, but the value is in the eyes of who? Of the customer. So you can never mention a value proposition without mentioning the customers. They are 2 things hands in hands, best friends. If you break their hands, the entire business falls. So value proposition means target customers. So now I need to build the value. So I have key activities. And when we say key, which is focusing on the activities, only the activities the entrepreneur has to do. If he outsources it or take it from a partner, he jeopardizes his business. The key activities that are crucial, that's his secret sauce. And the key resources, the resources that he must have. Otherwise, again, he can jeopardize the business. Anything not key If required at this stage, we take it from key partners. That's how we create the value. Now the value is created. We need to deliver it to the customer. The customer is a customer. I need to keep him. So I have to have customer relation management. The four big areas of your business, which is activities, resources, delivery, and relationships, cost you money. And your target customers give you revenue. Revenue minus cost gives you your profit or loss. So I like always reminding startups and entrepreneurs, as a person who worked on this canvas very early, I had the privilege, fadl min Allah, to work on it in the late 2008 and early 2009 as one of the testers, without commitment. That's why we're not mentioned. Those 1,100 people were so busy, but they offered time with no commitment to test it and play with it. That's why our names are not mentioned. The other 647 were committed to the development of the book. I don't know how he paid them later on, but they were selected as he went on. So I always like to animate this canvas to remind the startups that this is a living document. This is a strategic piece or tool that you use to run your startup. It's not to fill and show it to anybody. You don't show it to anybody. Maybe in the later stages with an investor that is about to invest with you, you will show him some parts of it, because this is your secret sauce and it keeps changing. It is not something that you build once and alas, no. Okay. Let me ask you another question, and I would love to hear answers. What is value? Does anybody has an idea?
I think is the intangible service you are giving, depending on what you are giving. Let's talk about iPhone, keeping its customer. So the value there, the customer really enjoying the value provided by Apple. So I think it's something you provide. It can be tangible or intangible, in my opinion.
Yes, it can be intangible or tangible, but what is it?
Okay, it's a measurement of a benefit. The measurement of a benefit that is
sort of, but let's delay this for a couple of slides. Okay, remember that question. Let me ask you first, how many people know the hierarchy of needs of Maslow? How many knows the name of Maslow?
It's a pyramid that Maslow used to like define the needs, going from bottom, which are like the basic needs, physical, like eating, etc. And as we go up, as the needs become more specific and more like intellectual and
exactly. Allah yaftah alik. The only addition I want to add is that pyramid changed a lot. Maslow was a psychologist, a behavioral psychologist. And his suggestion of the pyramid or the hierarchy was one way to explain the behaviors of consumers, of people. And regardless that in the early 60s, it was one of the theories, it became the theory. And actually, they built an entire institute in the name of the guy that is still functioning until today, that has nothing to do except detailing and amending that pyramid. So if you're really interested, you can look it up on the internet, but I do not expect every entrepreneur to do that. But what I want you to understand is the basic progression of this pyramid, the very first one that Maslow suggested in the beginning, in the 60s, because it still proves essence and helps you understand the value until now. So why it is a pyramid or a hierarchy? Because, as you said, you need to fulfill in some needs before others. But the point is, if you fill a need and go to the other one, it doesn't mean that you don't already need the other need, the earlier need. No. The lower needs stays with you all the time. And if you take it out, the entire chain of value or of needs collapse. That's the essence of the theory. You go back to square zero. Okay? So, the first part in the pyramid is the physiological needs. Food, water, shelter, in short, survival. So it's food, water, shelter, and populating, mating and populating. Not for the social aspect. He wants to survive. The physiological needs are instinctual and they are based on the instinct of survival. That's why in all the American movies that talks on extinction level catastrophes like Armageddon and like the other movie, most of their movies, these are the only movies that show the entire globe working together. Why? It's a survival level event. If and only if the person can maintain food, water, and shelter continuously in some place, does he move up to the second level, which is security and stability, safety. So he starts building something around that lake, defending the corpse and the shelters, because other people in search for food and water will come and invade him. So if he's in the safety level, doesn't mean that he stopped eating, drinking, or requiring a shelter. Actually, if you take any of them here, he will not look for safety. He will start going back to look at where he can get food, where he can get water, where can he build a shelter. If he succeeds in securing things, things are stable, he starts thinking of relationships, belonging. Mating is no longer for survival, it's for enhancing the safety. So he starts thinking of love, spouses, friends. And as we advanced, he starts becoming loyal to something. Football clubs, singers, these are all belonging needs. This doesn't mean that he will stop safety, and it doesn't mean he will stop drinking and wood and eating and requiring shelter. When he goes through the belonging, he then looks for the self-esteem, which is achievement, recognition, and respect. He wants to get promoted. He wants to work in something respectable. He wants to start making money. He wants to own his home. He wants. Only when he goes through this phase that he starts looking at what we call the self-actualization part, which is pursuing his inner talents, creativity and fulfillment. If you take safety out from somebody who is self-actualizing, you take safety out, he will go back to physiological things. Nowadays, because of technology, there are different steps in the pyramids and due to different social classes and income classes, there are shifts in the pyramids, but every part of it follows the same logic. Now, the last thing you need to understand as an entrepreneur, very, very important, is your target customer. The value you're giving him is on which level. So, if I am offering somebody a belonging value proposition, and he is still in the safety need domain, and ask him, do you need belonging? He will tell you yes. He will never tell you no. But by the time you try to make a transaction about it, if he's still suffering in the safety part, although he told you yes, he will not buy it. Why? Because if you offer somebody in any layer a value in the layer below, it is still a need. If you offer him a value in the higher level, it's not a need, it's a goal. He's looking forward to it. And that's what really makes the validation very difficult. I hear this question, this sentence, this phrase, I hear it like 80% of the times with startups that went to the market and they either failed or they're facing difficulties and they're not selling. 80% of the times. We validated, we showed them prototypes, we tested it, they told us they are going to buy it, and when we manufactured it and gave it to them, they didn't take it. You validated the wrong target customer. Validation means discovering the target customer with a need, not with a goal. Because the goal has another terminology, we use it in consumer behavior. We call it, it's a nice to have versus a must have. You will only sell values to customers who perceive the value you're selling them as a must have. Even on the very top of the pyramid. Self-actualization. That looks luxury for everybody. For that guy, it's a must have. A guy that likes cars and he has all the money in the world. He has children, he has 4 wives, he has everything. He has his company, he has his money. Elon Musk, for instance. And you tell him, I'm going to sell you a representation of مش عارف ايه that he likes, gold, blah, 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 blah. He will buy it. For him, it's a need. For anybody else, they see him as crazy. Who needs this? He needs it. It's a need for him. He finished the needs. He's feeling something inner. The same thing for the self-esteem, the same thing for the belonging, the same self for the safety. But if you always create values for your target customers in the level of their need or below, it isn't the must-have. That explains, for instance, scientifically, why food and beverage businesses usually don't lose money. And when they lose money, it's because the entrepreneur made a very, very bad choice, made a very bad decision. Is it clear, ya awlad? Guys, is it clear? Any questions here? We are building on top of everything we are going. Is what I'm saying making sense to everybody?
Yes, sir. Making sense.
Okay, so next is translating those needs into value. Value has a map in itself. The term value is taking one of the needs and translating it into 4 components. The most important 2 components are the upper 2. That's where everybody competes. First, it has to function, and then the value of the function. But there are other parts for the value. There are social dimensions, social value. In everything you provide, you can add a social value. And there is a psychological value. If you can address these 2 along with successful functionality, your financial will increase. Example is the iPhone. All the Android phones play in this part. When Xiaomi came along and started trying to play with the Chinese target group, socially and psychologically, they were the most expensive ecosystem, mobile ecosystem, Chinese for Chinese people. It was almost close to Apple in China. But the rest are just here. So what is the iPhone doing? The iPhone is building on the strength of the equity of Apple. So there is a status of being an iPhone holder. It's like driving a Mercedes, it's like driving a BMW, it's like driving a Porsche, it's like driving a Ferrari. All of them share the same social aspect, that the provider of the value added to different other segments of his target customer, to the extent that people actually in our region buy it on installments for 2 years, as if he's buying a car. And the simplicity of use and the same philosophy in design adds a psychological benefit. That psychological benefit is trust. It doesn't die, it doesn't hang, it doesn't get penetrated, it can't get hacked. There is this emotional tie with the phone. People, I watched it, part of what I do is studying strategy and watching products and reports as they develop, specifically in consumer electronics. I've been watching it for years. And I was one of the very few in the discussions over the web that continuously said it will never happen. Every year, the pundits come up and say, Apple has peaked. They will have to lower the price of the iPhone. And September comes and Apple launches a new phone and actually they increase its price. And people buy. Why? They're not just playing on the functional part. And the functional part became multiple functional. They added to it movies, they're adding to it games, they're adding it to payment, they are adding it. So they are continuously building in the functionality while continuously building on the social and the psychological part. So by default, the financial value goes up. So you always have to understand that when you try to understand the value from the customer's point of view. Any questions here?
No question.
Okay. Now, let's go back to our question. But we will add some acronyms to it. What is an MVP?
Minimum viable product.
That's one thing. That's what you know. But I use it for different things. That's the Ashraf Tawakkol version of business. What else can an MVP be an acronym for? Okay, an MVP in my definition is a coin. That coin has two faces. One of them is value, and the other one is product. You do not sell a product. You sell the value, but the product is the interface. Does everybody know the mechanical drill? The driller? The wall driller? Do you know the wall driller?
Are you referring to drilling machine?
Excuse me?
Are you referring to drilling machine?
Yes, the drilling machine, the hand drilling machine.
Yeah. Yes.
What does the customer buy when he buys it, Ya Omar?
He buy the, what's the name of this thing? The driller, the bit or the driller, yeah. The driller.
No, he doesn't buy the driller. That's the definition. That's what you want to focus on. He buys the whole it is going to create. That's what he's paying the money in. If he doesn't need to make holes in the wall, he will never rent or buy a driller.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, from my definition, MVP stands for two acronyms. It stands for a minimum value proposition, a main value proposition, afwan. So first, there is a main value proposition and there are added value propositions. So the main value proposition of the driller is creating a hole. That's the main. We added to it because the value proposition, the main value proposition can be represented with different products. You can make the hole with a hammer and an anchor. You can make a hole with a hand operated, a manually operated driller. Then we made it with the electrical driller. Now we have the wireless driller. And now we have the laser drillers coming out very soon. It started in the United States. They all share the main value proposition, which is creating a whole. But each version adds value to it. So the manually operated driller added the value of decreasing human injury because the hammer usually misses the bolt and comes in your and hits your hand. So now the manual is doing a better job but it's tiring. So came the electrical one. It is still making a hole, but it's adding a value of speed. But then the wire gets tangled. So we came up with the wireless. The wireless has added the value of freedom, but still the main value proposition is making a hole. If you get the best wireless driller and it doesn't dig a hole, you're going to return it back. As an entrepreneur, your mission is to discover the main value proposition your target customer is looking for, not the values added. Now, after the wireless, in the States, they have a laser driller that enables you with no noise, nothing. Very safe. You just decide the width of the hole and the depth of the hole, and you point it like a gun on the wall, and you zzz, instead of and all this dust coming out. So it is better, but nobody can say that the main value proposition is that it's clean. No, the main value proposition is still making a hole. How do we decide on this main value proposition? As designers, it's myself, designers get trained their entire life to discover this, but not for making mass products if we're not industrial designers, but mainly to understand the customer. I'm a big believer of something that we all were taught, but everybody expresses it differently, which is the relation between why, how, and what. I call it the reasoning pyramid. I use it to understand people. Human beings are creatures that look for meaning. That's mainly what differentiates us from animals. Not that we speak and they don't. No, they have a language. They understand each other. We didn't speak languages in our very infancy as human beings. We're like apes. And we drew things. The development of languages came very late. But the main differentiator between human beings and animals is that human beings search for meaning. God created us all equal in this part. We all search for meaning. We search for the meaning of the creation. We search for the meaning of our existence. We search for meaning in everything. And we can understand the meaning by always asking why. Only when we find a meaning that we start thinking of how we can interact with that meaning, which is the how question. And then the what gives us the features. And that is a linear journey from abstract to concrete. And if the what doesn't make sense, we don't change the why. We try to change the how first. We go backward. Only if we cannot change the how to accommodate a new what, when we go and change the why. And we keep doing this back and forth until we settle on things. And that's how we reason. That's how everybody reasons his day-to-day decisions. If you think of it a little bit tonight after we finish and just try to think of it, everybody will discover that he's doing this why, how, what, how, why, how, what in almost everything he does. And he does it momentarily. if we apply it on the driller, he will certainly ask, why do I need to make a hole? That's why some people buys the drill and some people borrows it and some people don't. Because the why gives him a clue to the how, and the how tells him the what. Why I need a hole? I just want to hang one painting. So how am I going to hang it? I'm going to hang it, it's not very heavy. I'm going to hang it from a string. So I need one hole. So instead of drilling a hole, I used to make the hole with a hammer and the bolt. Now I will just use a nail instead and don't take it out. So if the why is only hanging one painting, he will never dry drill. He's fine with a hammer and a few nails. If he asks himself why I need a hole, it's because I'm going to a new place and I want to hang all my curtains, all my kitchen cabinets. I want to hang everything. I'm going to be using it for 15, 20 days. So how can I do all these holes? I can either get somebody to do them or buy something to do it with it. If buying that something is cheaper than getting somebody else to do it for me, and I fall in the middle of the pyramid, I'm an early wed, I'm a young guy still working, I most probably will buy the drill. So the what will be, buy a drill. And then according to the budget, it will be either wireless or wired, or maybe laser. But if I'm older than that, having money, having my prestigious, I'm in more of the between the actualization and esteem, the achievement and the esteem, I might pay the extra money of getting somebody to do it because that serves another why. I can. Then he says, why would I buy this and stand in the dust and get tired? I can afford it. I'll get somebody to do it. It adds on the psychological part of the value. That's how everybody is getting a living. That is what making jobs happen. Different types of customers asking themselves why they want to do what they are doing, deciding how they are going to interact with that why, and that informs them what they should be doing. As an entrepreneur, you need to adopt this philosophy. When you are putting your assumptions, or when you are observing your customers, or when you're trying to understand the value you want to provide. Let's put it on the value proposition map of Alexander Osterweider, the value proposition map. But again, don't fill it, understand it. It's a way of thinking. To understand your customer, you need to understand his whys, the jobs he wants to do. He wants to dig a hole. Now, and in the future, there is no job that you will come to try to change and make it better that your customer is not already doing it today. Okay? So today he completes that job. He has gains, but it has pains. If you understand that job, which is the value, and create an interface for it, which is the product or the service, and first, don't add new gain. Relieve the existing pain. That's what will get him in. A lot of entrepreneurs, I find, they try to provide new positives. It's not gonna, they're not tested. So he doesn't trust they are positives, but he tested the pain. If you show him a pain reliever first, he will buy it. Start with the relievers and then add gains. This is the product value map. If you do that, you achieve what we call it the market product fit. Or product market fit. Call it as you like. Some people call it PMF, product market fit, and some of them calls it MPF, market product fit. It doesn't matter. The market refers to the customer. That brings me to the other side of the coin, the viable product. Can anybody tell me what is the meaning of viable? Guys, I didn't ask you to open the video, so I'm not quite sure. Are you in front of me, or you're sleeping, or you left the desks, or what exactly? So at least try to respond to the questions so that I know that you are here. Omar, I know you're here.
I'm here, Prof.
But I know you're here.
I'm here.
So what does viable mean?
Yeah, it will get sold. Like if we deploy it on the market, it won't like get ignored by the customer, but it will actually like be sold and be bought by people.
No.
Viable is something small from the larger project that you can show a customer or potential customer for feedback.
50% close.
I think in this case it will be functional. A product will functional and have some.
You are again 50% like Omar, but you went a bit technical, Muhammad.
Okay.
Okay, viable, yeah, viable, shabab, viable guys is a biological term. In biology, it means the smallest organ that is capable of growing. And that's another mistake a lot of startups do. They provide the main value proposition through a minimum product, but it's not viable. When the customers ask it and they start giving it to them, when they come to add to that product, they have to redo it all over again, which in most cases makes them miss the main value proposition. So they say, we were selling it when it was small, now we made it new and nobody's buying it. Yes, because you didn't show it to them viable. You didn't validate properly. Remember, the value is in the eyes of the customer and the product is the interface of the customer. So you have to make sure that your minimum product is also viable, which means you can build on top of it. You don't need to change it. You get what I mean? Is that clear, ya Jama'ah? If anybody has questions in this part, because this is very, very important. A viable product is a version of your product with just enough features to satisfy early customers and provide feedback, but it's a guide for future development. It grows. You're not going to change it. Because if you change it, you risk missing what your customer needed. Because it's not the product they are buying. It's the main value proposition. The product is just an interface. I know you are young. I'm not quite sure how young you are, but I bet some of you remember Facebook 8 years ago when they decided for the first time to revamp their entire interface. And they started rolling out a new interface and their users went mad. Because even Facebook in the new interface missed some things. And people were screaming east and west. And they pulled it back. They pulled it back. It took them 2 years to release the new interface that we have now. And everybody was satisfied. And it was completely different. And they thought they were just doing a lift up for the interface. No. They missed some parts of the main value proposition. Let me ask you a question. First, how many of you is an avid Facebook user? Raise your hands. You don't need to talk. If you're an avid user of Facebook, please raise your hand. Okay, Omar? Who else? Nobody except Omar? Okay, Zaina, Musa, who else? Ushudang? Okay, how do you pronounce your name? Thomas.
Ochudang Thomas Amaki.
Ushudang, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Ushudang, that's a nice name. Okay, I learned something new today. Lean, okay. What do you think, guys, is the main value proposition of Facebook? You can lower your hands and you can speak. What do you think is the main value proposition of Facebook?
Connectivity or networking.
No.
But initially, that was the initial goal.
No.
Was that not the initial goal of connecting people?
No. That came later. The main value proposition is from the name. The main value proposition is to stay friends after we leave school. That's the main value proposition. And then because he was able to get everybody to list his immediate friends, was he able to make the social graph and find the distant friends, and eventually suggest to you, to an old man like myself, X of people was most probably your friend in high school 45 years ago, and it's true. But that was not the main value proposition. The main value proposition was keeping the live friendships live. So people at the very beginning, there was no privacy, there was no groups, and we only added the friends that we see every day. And actually, the reason of making Facebook, if you've seen the movie, was it was a replica, a digital replica or substitute for the yearbook in the United States, which was serving the same purpose. We spent 4 years together in school, in college, class of 99, and we're leaving. So we collect money from each other and we print the yearbook, which only has our faces, names, telephones, and addresses. So everybody has a directory of his first real connection. The idea of Facebook, but he called it Facebook, was to having a replacement for that book electronically. And if he can do that for colleges, if he connects them all, he will have what he called the social graph that he stopped talking about now. Khalas. He's making tons of money. He's only making money because of the social graph, because he knows everything about you and he's selling this information to advertisers. But what made us take it? So in that sense, which level of need on the pyramid of Maslow are the Facebook users? Want me to show you the pyramid again?
Yes, that would be good.
Despite your class and your real level of the pyramid, he's serving us a need on which level?
Level 3.
Level 3, on the belonging.
Yes.
And why did he choose the belonging, do you think? Because he intended to sell our information to advertisers.
No, but
so if we are not in the belonging level, if we are below the belonging level, buying things will not work for us. You know what I mean?
Come again?
So he wanted to do a service that people in it can join from the topper classes. He doesn't want the people who are still in safety. He only started targeting those people, which are the people in India and Africa and Far East, when mobile phones with internet became mainstream, which means that they had a shift in their pyramid. They can afford to buy cellular, he can sell information and they will buy something. You get it?
Yes.
So that's how he sees the opportunity, and that's how he was exploiting it. Now, let's take an example. Let's take a quick example on Google, which is rumored that they were the partners, the validating customer who worked with Alexander when he was creating this canvas. And they used it to perfect their business model. What is the value proposition of Google search? The value proposition.
Such query result, indexing of such queries.
No, that's not the value. That's what he does. The value proposition is free search.
Getting knowledge.
Yes, getting knowledge. When we put it a bit technically, it's reliable, fast information retrieval. Okay, but I added free here because the screen is not very big. And he said it's free. Lesson number 1, guys, that we need to learn from Israelis and Americans. It's a say both in America and in Israel. There is nothing called a free lunch.
Yeah.
Nothing is free, ya shabab. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. You help a poor guy, you make a good deed, you're not making it for free. You're hoping that that deed will be returned to you one day. It's not free. But who is it? Who is the customer looking for? Fast, reliable information retrieved. The web surfers, right? So, diamond, the value proposition, always the value proposition has a customer. Otherwise, it's not a value proposition. It's my value proposition. Who wants search reliable and quick? The web surfers. And he's going to give it for them for free. How is he going to deliver it? Through www.com, google.com. And since it is free, he's not going to get money. But every person of us used Google for the first time, clicked on an I agree button that gives right to Google to gather every single personal piece of information they can get and keep it. So it's not free. That's the value he captured. So he thought he will give us search, very high quality search, through a very simple channel that is google.com, in return for, with no money, in return for registering what we searched for. How is he going to do this? The key activities he needed is software development, platform management, managing the services he will provide, and expanding reach. We will understand expanding reach later on. These are the key activities he wanted to do. He has to develop the software because that's the secret sauce. How he's going to index and tie the index with the search and register them. That's his bread and butter. That's the value he captured from people. He cannot let anybody outside of him know it. It's as if he's giving the search for people and the value is taken by somebody else. That's why it's key. Hence the resources. To do that, he needs a data center with his hardware. And it has to be his because it's going to take the value that he captured here. This is like money for him. He cannot afford to have it saved at somebody else's place. So all the activities and all the resources have cost. And building part of the channel was built by the same activities. And there is still no relation management. There is no relations, it's free. So they will keep coming back. Okay? Revenue minus cost, so we profit. In this case, it is zero. It's minus actually. Cost is higher than the revenue. Now that he had captured the keywords with no extra effort, the keywords are already tied with the index of the platform. It happens momentarily. The more we search, the more he knows about us and they are there. So he was able to create a new value proposition called targeted ads. That was the first time ever anybody heard that. Even in the .com boom, it was not targeted. We treated advertisement on websites like we do in mass media. You try to see which is the most popular website and you go put your ads on it, hoping that people will see it. And from those people is the portion that buys from you, so they know about you and they come. exactly like television, exactly like magazine, exactly like newspapers. Now, Google is telling them, no, I can do advertisement targeted. Why? Because I know who searches for what, when, and where. So he created a new value proposition called targeted ads. Its interface, it targeted advertisers. Its first delivery channel was through Google. The results is through google.com, and the management is through a general product called AdWords, which later on he made AdSense for search and AdSense for content and AdSense for blah, blah, blah. The point is, targeted ads work how? Advertisers have the tool that is called AdWords. They can see in their area they are targeting which demographics are searching for words related to them, and they buy the word to tie it with their search result. Now everybody is going to compete for the word, so he made it through an auction. You want this keyword? Omar wants the keyword. Muhammad wants the keyword. Lean wants the keyword. Ashraf wants the keyword. Fine. There is 12 hours auction. The higher price by the end of the 12 hours takes the word for the period he's willing to buy. After that, the word is released. And you put your credit card. You will only pay the money if people you are targeting click your ad. So everybody auctioned the word. So that's dollars coming in. The beauty here is no extra activities, no extra resources, nothing to come up with the second product. Nothing. So the cost is still as it is, but finally you are seeing dollars. Oh, now it's working. We don't have partners. Now it's time for a partner. Who's the partner? Web browsers developers, Microsoft, Apple, Firefox, and Opera. He could have done Chrome from the very beginning, but he didn't do it. Why? Because we want to exploit these people. That's the reach. That's the expanding reach. He doesn't want to have campaigns now or camps. He doesn't want to have Google versus Microsoft versus, no. He wants the entire web surfers. So he goes to the web browser developers and tell them, guys, that web browser you are doing has an ugly toolbar here beside the search bar, and this place is empty. Open a search field and make it direct your customers when they are on the web to google.com, and any advertisement that is coming from your browser, I will give you a share. So what happened? These people agreed. They're losing money. It's a cost center for them. Now they have an opportunity to make money out of it. So the partner expands a new channel, which is the web browsers, to surfers. So captured keywords increased. So the keywords feeding into the targeted ads increase. So the revenues increase. The cost is still as it is. So he starts doing this. He's going exponential. No cost, almost no extra cost, and he's adding money in. Now, but I don't have this animated. Now, he done this. Well, very good. Let's get another partner. Content providers. He already is indexing all of them. He knows the keywords of them. So he goes to content providers like Masrawi, CNN, blah, 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 and tell them, hey guys, you've been surfing ads on your websites in the old-fashioned way. I only need from you the top part of your first page. Just give it to me. Give you a code, put it there. And I will serve advertising here. Any advertisement that is clicked on your website, I will give you a cut. No extra cost. But suddenly he has a new channel, which are the entire web. Until this moment, the targeted ads will only come up in the search page of Google. Now, he added a new product for the targeted ads. A new product from AdWords is called AdSense for content. That again is accessed from here. So the reach increased, the advertisement command increased. Cost, still the same. So dollars are piling up. Then he chose to do Chrome. Then he chose to do Android. All of these are filling in here. Android and Chrome are not partners, طبعا, of course. These are products here. They serve the same partners. They add slightly on the key activities, but they expand the reach. They grow the dollar-making things based on the free captured words. Now he's really into artificial intelligence. If anybody has an Android phone, he for sure went through this experience. They listen to what we are saying. And the second time you open your phone, if you were talking with a friend about a keyword that can be served with ads, you find your phone popping ads in your face. The same cost. Revenue is piling in. That's a very intelligent business model. We call it the double tier business model. Why? Because the first tier is getting value that is non-monetary. And people come in and they think it's free. Then he takes it and he puts another thing of it. That's exactly the same model of Facebook. But because Facebook knows them in name with relationships, his targeting is better than Google. But his reach is limited than Google. So every one of them has an advantage and disadvantage. So eventually they're not competing because advertisers put budgets on both. Nobody is eating yet from the other's market share. Any questions here?
No.
Okay, how to find your value proposition? Excuse me. How to find your value proposition? As we said, it's all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. And that is a big dilemma. Which comes first? The hen or the egg? And that's a discussion that we will continue after a 15-minute break because I feel that you guys are fainting. Okay, so we can take a 10-minute actually. Now is, I don't know the time zones differences. In Cairo here it is 7:37. So
yes,
we add
6:36.
Okay, so let's add 10 minutes to that. So let's make it rounded. So we will come back at 50. So 6:50, 7:50, 9:50, whatever your time zone is, we will come back at 50. So anybody who wants to relieve himself, get something to drink, wash his face, because I think the interesting thing is yet to come.
Okay, sir.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes. Share screening delayed for any reason?
Yes.
Okay. So did everybody get his hot drink or cold drink according to the weather you're seeing and the part of the globe you're living at? As you can see, I'm freezing here. Egypt is starting to get winter finally, and I am a bit sensitive to cold weathers. So I got my hot drink. Okay. So can anybody guess what the dilemma we have as entrepreneurs is? And this is going to be very arguable from your side, I know. But for me, after this long professional life, it's clear. So I'm going to be challenging you guys in the next coming 90 minutes or so. So please be open. So what is the dilemma? What comes first? The idea or the customer? In entrepreneurship, we focus on the big idea, right? How many of you can raise your hands, how many of the existing people, whether graduation projects or startups, had actually started their startup based on an idea? Who can see any hands raised?
What's the question again?
How many of you guys started his startup or his graduation or faculty or high school project based on an idea. Okay, Omar. Who else? Muhammad. Who else يا جماعة? Are everybody back? Lean. Wow. Who else? Started the business because he had an idea. Only 3, so I will ask another question. So how did the rest start? Okay. Musa, fine. 4 now. The rest of the teams. Why did you start your business? Oh, okay, Zain. Hey.
If I can,
قول يا
can I
وصال.
I started my idea because I saw the need of I wanted to have like a smart connected home too. Also, I saw the need of the offices that you know, they need more connected offices with
So you got the idea of doing the connected home. So you started your business with an idea.
Well,
so-called idea.
I said it from the need. I really started from what I wanted rather than something I thought of. Because it's not new that I wanted.
Wisal, you actually jumped this all to the very, very question I was going to ask. And thank you for that. What is an idea?
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
On my side, I started my startup because of a problem I faced.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I faced a problem, and through that problem, I used that problem to make sure I do something that will solve other people so they don't go into a problem which I faced, me myself.
And that idea that solved your problem and the problem for the other people.
Yes.
What was the count, a number of ideas you had?
It came as a problem on my side, and when I was young, and when I grew up and said I graduated, I said I need to make sure I solve this problem which I faced. It was a big problem, and
very good.
And
the solution. And how did you come up with the solution? It was the first. It was an idea that came clear to you, and you started applying.
Yes, I started through my problem I faced. Okay, I think I can briefly talk about this. I lost my parents when I'm 12 years, and I couldn't go back to school. So I started rearing rabbits. You know rabbits?
Yes.
Yes. So I could sell rabbits to go back to school. So there's that one day when all my rabbits died in one night, and I could not go back to school. So I had to start afresh. So when I finished my high school and I go to the university, I said I need to come up with a technology that will detect disease in the next 48 hours before it manifests. Because if I had that solution, I would be able to know that my rabbits are going to die. Maybe I find different solutions to make sure I could solve my rabbit. I could not have that. So I had to come up with something. Technology that will enable me to detect disease in the next 48 hours before any manifestation exists, so that we can help others to make sure they could forego such kind of problem. So I started with a problem, And I came up with a solution. And this is a solution which is now in almost 4 countries. I'm glad about that. So that's it.
Katamba, that's how you pronounce your name, right?
Yes.
And you're from?
Uganda.
Uganda. Katamba, you have all my respect and all my admiration. Your story is extremely inspiring. And thank you, because you saved me some time on what I was going to say, because what you said is that you went, even if you didn't really realize that, in a series of ideas until you came up with a solution, not an idea. And that's exactly what every entrepreneur needs to be doing consciously. So there is no problem to start with a big idea, but you should start with the customer. In your case, you didn't start with an idea. You started with the problem of the customer, and you was a customer himself. You had that need. And you know that there are other people that have your need on the same scale or on different scales. So it was from your understanding as a customer for the problem that you had different ideas until you came up with a solution. And that's why the solution is in 4 countries. I congratulate you about that. I seriously and sincerely like the story very much. Thank you for sharing it with us. And if you would allow me, maybe tomorrow, by the end of the training, we can have a talk on the one-to-one if you're going to be on the one-to-one, and I would like to use your story in other, as an example in other trainings, if you admit me. So the point is, we said that entrepreneurs are about customers, but entrepreneurs are known about big ideas. So that was the dilemma. Should we start with the idea, like Omar, like Muhammad, like Lean, or should we start with the customer? In that case, like Katamba. That's the dilemma, the hen or the egg. Well, both are right, giving one important thing, and that's the arguable thing that I'm going to talk with you about in the next coming minutes. Remembering that Pablo Picasso stressed that an idea is a point of departure and no more. Never fall in love with the idea. Pablo Picasso says an idea is a point of departure and no more. As soon as you elaborate it, it becomes transformed by thought. Because like Wisal told us, and I thanked her as well, when she said it was a thought. An idea is the artifact of thinking. And I have my own say. I don't like to put it and put my picture and put a quote beneath it, but it's easy to remember. Your first idea is always wrong. You just come up with an idea and you go, that's the idea, that's the solution, and you go out and do it, it will always be wrong. Why? Let's go back to our sketchbook quickly. Where did it go? Get a new page and ask a question. I want you all guys to think of it very carefully and tell me, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? What is the difference between creativity and innovation? Can anybody give us a hint?
I think creativity is coming up with a new idea altogether. Innovation is starting from something that is already there and perhaps adding few new things to it.
Okay, that's Wissal, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, I knew you for Vice. I don't know why my Zoom is not switching to the people who are talking, but thank you for that. I'm just going to correct a small thing, is that it's not coming up with an idea. Creativity is coming up with new or original artifacts. While innovation is taking something existing adding to it, subtracting from it, or altering it in a way or another to result in a new or better thing or artifact. And although there is a difference between them, creativity has a process. Innovation is about change. So there is no standard innovation process. There are different approaches to innovation. The important thing that innovation results in change. And the part of innovation is that change has to be implemented. So if I take all of this كده out تاني, and we sum up what they are. Creativity is a process that leads to new / original things. Those things could be concepts, could be tangible artifacts. And notice that I didn't use the word idea, Wasila. So creativity is a process that ends with the thing. Innovation and it deserves to be written better than this, frankly speaking. innovation has different approaches to produce change and it starts with something and ends with something that has to be sold. Which it's about execution. So I can say that it's about executing change. One of the approaches to innovation is using the creative process. And the creative process, if I draw it here, the very original creative process, when first identified in 1926, was 4 steps. Understanding or researching, incubation, illumination, and I don't remember illumination, and the 4th was the we can ممكن أغش يعني مفيش مشكلة. Can have a quick peek into the other presentation and actually show that this is the creative process. This is the final version of it in the 30s. It's about preparation or understanding, incubation. Then we say insight or illumination, evaluation, and then elaboration. Yeah, so the original one was illumination, elaboration. As you can see in the entire creative process, the word idea never existed. There is nothing called an idea. An idea is a point of departure and no more. There is something called illumination or insight. Can anybody tell me what is an insight? What does insight means? Because people think it's an idea and they stick to it, and then it doesn't work. Well, actually what they have is an insight. What is an insight, guys? An insight is deep understanding of a situation that involves a person. And that's when you keep thinking, and then you suddenly say, oh, it's the aha moment. Ah, we should have been doing this. I have an idea. You don't have an idea. You have an insight. That's where ideas come from.
In simple terms, it's a thought.
Excuse me?
In simple terms, it can be a thought.
Exactly, it's a thought. And the thought is not an idea. A thought is an understanding. It's an insight. Okay, so there is nothing called an idea. You have to generate many ideas in order to be able to use them and develop them towards the solution. And it's the insight that gives us the value proposition, and the elaboration on it makes the value proposition a main value proposition. And then the solutions are how we are going to represent that understanding. But in reality, there is no idea. There is a concept. Even in painting, you're not seeing an idea, you're seeing a story. Like the paintings of Van Gogh, like the paintings of Leonardo da Vinci, like Picasso. These are not ideas. These are ideas and thoughts in work that presented a concept, because it's intangible, it's expressive. But people like to use the word idea, and unfortunately, in the field of entrepreneurship, it is misleading. In the field of design, it is misleading. In design, we never use the word idea. We use the verb ideate. And we will see that in a minute. So, why did I talk about this? Can anybody think why I've been using this? What made me? Because it's about the thought. Thought is a process. It means that you will keep working on it. The idea, as Picasso said, is just the start of the thread. You cannot stop it. You cannot freeze it. It's part of the thinking process. But where do these thoughts come from? That's the important part. They come from the insight, which is the deep understanding. And that's why Einstein, when was asked to define insanity, he said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. The only people who do this are people stuck with an idea and they want to make it work. They want to impose it. There's nothing such like an idea. It just keeps developing all the time. Okay, is there any questions in that? So how do we understand our value proposition, which is actually the insight about our customers, about the situation our customers are in with, and then turn that value proposition or encapsulate that value proposition into an interface for our users to interact with that value. The value proposition of an email is communication. It's the same value proposition of SMS. It's the same value proposition of the phone call. But there are different products. There are different representations. And for their different conveniences, we use them interchangeably according to the situation. If you don't have anybody to write emails to, you will never have an email account. It's about communication, staying in touch. It's not about owning an email address. These are interfaces for the value. You have to, your role as an entrepreneur is to spot the opportunity that needs a change in the value proposition. You understand the new value that your customer would like and represent it to him in a minimum interface that will make him use it. That's your role as an entrepreneur. In doing that, we need to figure out how you're getting to be paid from giving him this value. Then, as we agreed before the break, there is nothing called a free lunch. So how do we do this? How does it work? It starts with the customer, or you start with the understanding. It always ends out with the customer. The only way to understand is, number one, get out to the customer. You have to meet him, you have to see him, you have to talk to him. You have to focus on value. You have to make it in steps, baby steps. Uncover the main value, and then iterate on it and add added values. Translate the main value to minimum viable product. And because it's viable, the more values you add, you can grow the product. And at every iteration and step, you need to stop, assess, and if you need to pivot, you have to pivot. Don't ever fall in love with a product or an idea. It's not about you. It's about your customer. If it works for you and it doesn't work for your customer, you cannot impose it on your customer. There are only two ways to validate the value proposition and know it. Those two methods are the exact opposite. The first one is called customer discovery, and that starts with the idea you have, or the understanding, the hypothesis you have. And that's contributed to a guy called Steve Blank. If anybody knows, does anybody know Steve Blank? Nobody knows Steve Blank. Steve Blank is an ex-mechanical engineer, professor of engineering in Stanford University, with a PhD and a doctor of science actually in mechanical engineering, turned into an entrepreneur specialized in businesses to businesses, dealing with businesses. Entrepreneur turned into one of the most successful serial entrepreneurs in the Valley by his time, and then got out of entrepreneurship, went back to Stanford, and made another PhD in entrepreneurship and economics, and he's like the top living celebrity about entrepreneurship and developing business models in the Valley, if not in the world. He's the only person that Alexander Ostwalder, who made the business canvas model, that he needed him to say, this is right. It's the only person. And for him to say that, he is the only person that uses the business model and cites the business model as he wishes, without paying licensing and without even mentioning it, created by Alexander Osterwalder. He's the only one that mattered from those 647 and those 1,100 people who kept working with Alex Osterwalder on that concept for 7 years. The only person's opinion that mattered was Steve Blank. This guy came up with his theory in 2000, published it in a book called The 4 Steps for Epiphany. And then he turned it into a working model that he called it the customer discovery model. This starts with your own understandings / ideas or thoughts / hypotheses, and then goes out to the customer to prove them. The other way is called human-centered design, aka, or more known as design thinking, which starts completely the opposite. My role is to provide value. I'm not falling in the love of the value. So I will start with the customers. I think they have a problem. I watch them, I observe them, I engage with them, and I understand what they want, and I go do it and come back. Both of them lead to a successful venture. And both of them ends with a value proposition, a main value proposition, and a minimum viable product. One of them starts, it's like, you know, the pedal tennis. It doesn't matter who starts the ball. What matters is that everybody has to hit it. So it's here, it's like a pendule. It's between you and the customer, between you and the customer, between you and the customer. But you have to have the customer in. So you start with the customer, that's design thinking. You start with your idea and go to the customer. You have to go down to the customer at the end. And the customer will come back to you, and you go to the customer, and the customer comes back, and you go to the customer, and so on. So one of them starts with you, and one of them starts with the customer. You choose what's best fits you. I'll talk about them briefly. This is Steve Blank. He's a very nice guy. He's not that really old, although he has a lot of experience contributed to his name. He has an active blog in his name, Steve Blank, as it's written here. And it's a very, very lovely blog because he blogs almost every day or every other day. He just writes very nice English, very easy to read. And he adds a lot of insights and helpful tips on entrepreneurs and validation and. His idea is 4 steps. It comes, as I told you, from the original concept of the 4 steps to epiphany. That's what he called it at the beginning. And it starts, as we can see here, with customer discovery. That's the first step. You need to discover what the customer wants. So he calls it customer discovery, translates an entrepreneur's vision. So it's your own thought, not your own idea. Your vision and ideas come from the understanding, the limited understanding you have about the situation. And you translate that into something concrete, a hypothesis, hence a minimum viable product that you presented in a very cheap way, even in drawings, about every component of your business model. And you create some experiments to test each one. You test them on who? On customers. You keep doing this until you discover what the customer wants. Of course, you do that with limited types of customers. When this happens, you stop and you move to the second step. It's called customer validation, and that's where everybody fails. Entrepreneurship is not a risk-taking process. It's a disciplined process. The moment you start taking risks and not become disciplined, the moment you know you will fail. So customer validation is not about validating that the couple of customers who you discovered they want the need, they will buy. No. Validation means that that thing you discovered about your customer can be repeated and scaled. So if I discover something that from the target I want, I tested on 50 and the 50 really wanted, and then I started validated, and that I have a 5 million user in that target group and only 100 wants it, I have to pivot. It's not scalable. It's not repeatable. Customer validation means that you are validating that the need you discovered with that customer, that there are other customers with that need. That are other customers that want what you built, that need your hypothesis. If you don't find what we do, we pivot, we stop, and we go back to customer discovery. We change in the hypothesis based on what we learned from our customers. So our insight is growing. And we are executing the creative process, but in another way, in more of back and forth way. There is some trial and error in it. So we go, change in the hypothesis, and repeat the thing again until we find something. So we stop and we go to validate. If we cannot scale or we cannot grow or we're not convinced that we will grow, we will stop and pivot and so on. This phase is called the search phase. That's the startup phase. As far as you are searching, you are a startup. And you remember the curve we drew here? You remember this curve? You can be, most probably, you keep validating. You are still in the search. In this part, because you will be making sales. And your entire validation is aiming that you reach this line. If I enlarge it, it will be not a straight line, it will be like this. The average of it is a straight line. In that early growth, you're still losing because you're spending too much. But your aim is to find the stream that will take you above the line. These are the first two steps. You are in a search. If you can scale, you stop. And we go to the third step, which is customer building, customer creation. That's where your business model starts working. That's where you start doing customer relationship. That's where you start spending large sums of money to scale. That's where you start doing advertising. That's when you start putting campaigns and plans for the sales. While you're doing this and it started working, you stop and you go to the company building. That's where the startup, khalas, is in that part. So to continue this momentum, excuse me, to continue this momentum, you need to start repeating business. So you need to put roles, hire people, get accountability, give responsibilities. You are executing. So the moment you enter this part, you are in execution phase, so you are a company. Khalas, you're no longer a startup, even if you're still losing the money. How many people here know that Uber is losing money until date? Uber is still losing money, but they're growing and everything is defined. They're losing money, but people, their share is going up and investors are giving them money. Why? Because that's what they're selling their shareholders. They are losing money today because they give the car driver 70% and they take 30%. But when cars are going to drive themselves, that's the main point of Uber. Everybody owning a car will not be putting it in Uber in his free time. He will go to work and lend the car to Uber. Then Uber will change. It will give the car driver 30 for the car and they take 70. The moment they shift to these two numbers with the amount of accounts they have, they rocket, they skyrocket. Exactly like what Amazon did with Amazon Web Services. The moment Jeff Bezos made Amazon Web Services, people said he's crazy. He just started making decent profits from Amazon. Now he's dumping it all in servers in the cloud. This guy is crazy. He turned to be the wise man because he reached a point where that cost started to be zero. And everybody's on the cloud. That's like exactly shifting the 30-70. And the money just started piling in months. This is a successful business model. It only comes by understanding the customer. So the customer discovery is about you have an idea, or better said, an understanding, an initial understanding. You make a hypothesis out of it. You turn it into a minimum viable product with the cheapest possible, and you go out to the customer to discover customers what want. When you think you knew what they want, you move to step 2. You see if you can scale them. If you scale them, if you can scale them, you start to become a company. You start selling and creating customers and building the company. If you cannot scale them, you pivot, go back and understand them better. Forth and back, back and forth until you move to the 3rd circle. Thus, the 4th circle. As you see, there is no loop back from the 3rd circle. Is that clear? That's one way. The other way, which is human-centered design, is the exact opposite. We don't start with any understanding about the customer. We go out, observe the customer. That's design thinking. Design thinking, as Tim Brown, the ex-CEO of IDEO, is a great designer. He led the modern expansion of IDEO. If anybody knows IDEO, does anybody knows IDEO here? Has anybody heard about a company called IDEO? IDEO? Put it on the chat or talk.
Me no.
IDEO was formed in 1991 as a partnership between 3 of the most brilliant creative people on earth. One of them, which is a major one, is called Bill Mortgage. He passed away in 2007, I think. That is the guy who invented the mouse. He's an interaction designer, a British interaction designer. He had another British, but living in San Francisco, designer with him. And who joined him was somebody called David Kelly. David Kelly is one of the greatest creative thinkers and creative designers living on earth till today. He's responsible for founding the design school of Stanford. And he is one of the 3 founding partners of IDEO. IDEO was the first multidiscipline design house. What does it mean, multidiscipline? Is they design anything. They have designers from all types of brands, and they use one methodology, human-centered design. It was because of that collaboration in making IDEO in 1992 that Stanford in 2004 was able to declare the terminology design thinking as a standard way for non-designers to collaborate in business to do one main thing, come up with innovative solutions. So Tim Brown was one of the designers. He was the CEO in the last 15 years. He's responsible for the huge expansion of IDEO. IDEO has offices in 62 countries. It's by far the biggest design house in the world, based out of San Francisco. He stepped away, he stepped down a couple of years ago, went back to be a designer, and another colleague inside the company is heading the company. But while he was taking it up to its newer levels, he had this quote. When he was asked about design thinking, he explains it. He says that design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation. So innovation starts with something and ends with another thing. It changes something. It used different approaches. The customer discovery approach of Steve Blank is an approach to innovation. You assume something, you go to the customer, you review it with them, you keep going and coming with the customer until you fix it. If you fix it, you go and see if it can scale. So now you know what the customers want. That's an approach. The human-centered approach to design draws from the designer's toolkit. It takes some of the tools that we use as the designers, and we teach it in a disciplined way to teams so they can integrate needs of people, possibility of existing technologies. We do not invent new technologies ever. Innovation is based on tried, cheap, existing technologies. Innovations only see their way into new innovative products after they become commercialized and they become cheap. So we use the tools of some of the tools designers, the designers' tools in a disciplined way to integrate the needs of people along with technology and the requirements of a business success. That gives you innovation. I like to explain it better with this simple diagram. We use some tools that we will talk about in the coming minutes to integrate, understand people and their needs, as we explained early, along with possible technologies and a good business model. The intersection of these are innovation, innovative products and services. Design thinking is based on 5 steps. The discipline is based on 5 steps. They are non-linear. We start with the top one and then we can go to any step and come back and forth. It's non-linear and it's iterative. It's more structured than the part of the pivot. The iterations in the customer discovery comes from between circle 1 and circle 2, which is the customer discovery and the customer validation. Here, it is as if we start with the understanding and the customer validation. So we start always with people. And we call this part empathy, which means that, does anybody know what empathy means? Can anybody tell me what empathy means?
I guess the ability to be in the place of the other side.
Yes,
try to
exactly.
understand the customer.
Exactly, Muhammad. It's understanding your customer to the point that you can act on his behalf. This means that you have to understand him very much, like an actor. A good actor that takes an Oscar had empathized the character he is acting. Understood the dimensions to the sense that you cannot separate him from the character he's doing. That's different from sympathy. We don't want sympathy. We want empathy. Empathy is understanding and putting yourself in his shoes. When we understand people, we can redefine the problem. When we redefine the problem and understand people, then we have enough insights to ideate, create as many ideas as we can. Choose the most applicable of and build a prototype, a cheap prototype. And then we test it. Based on the feedback, we have another iteration until we feel confident that we can get it out in the market. So Steve Blank starts with the idea and goes out to the people and goes back and forth. Here we start the other way. We start with the people to understand their problem and then come up with ideas. So one of them is the hen, one of them is the egg. So what really empathy is? Empathy is different than marketing research. We do not do questionnaires because we don't know what we want them to answer on in a form. The whole idea of empathy is not to give them answers, is to take answers from them. So I cannot give them a form and tell him say yes or no, because this is directing him in what I think. Here we don't do this. So we start with observation. We just observe our customers for weeks and sometimes for months. And I mean observing, I mean complete shadow. You don't talk to them at all. And then after the observation, we find gaps. So based on those gaps, we engage with the customers. When they become customers, we continue our relation with them based on empathy, so we call it immersion. They are part of the organization. When we engage, we go in pairs of two. In observation, we can be a team of 4, the startup, everybody goes to a site and we observe and maybe we change places. If we can take pictures, we take pictures. If we can record, we record, but usually we have a notebook, we watch and listen and try to be invisible. There is no ego. We are not even present. It's not about you, it's about the customers. And we observe and be very, very curious and we write everything. Then we will find some gaps. So when we find the gaps and we decide to talk to people, which is the engagement, we go in pairs. One asks the questions. The other writes the answers and observes the body language of the customer. We want to look at the change of the tone, the pauses, the skipping points. What are they avoiding to say? And the guy who is asking them, he doesn't ask. He leads with stories. As we will see tomorrow, story is the essential human being activity. We are created with two basic things, two basic instincts, asking why all the time. That is the basis of curiosity. And we tell stories more than ever. These are two essential things about human beings. And if you watch Disney, you find that this is the way he convinces you that Simba has some human things, is that Simba is telling stories. Or Lion King is telling stories. Our car in the cars is telling you a story. After half an hour watching Cars, you forget that the cars are cars. You think they are characters. Why? He gives them these two virtues. They are curious and they keep telling stories. So if you want to break the ice with somebody and really understand his point of view, you want him to talk. You don't want to ask him, do you want this? Yes, no. You just tell him a story that gets him on track. And you can only understand what to ask and how to ask it if you observe them at the beginning. When we observe, we remember those 3 steps. Remember them? Why are they doing what they are doing? How they are doing their behavior. What are they saying and what they are doing? That's the what. Why are they doing what they are doing? This is emotions. This will only come from stories. Observation, observe their behaviors and what they are saying and what they are doing. That makes you understand them on both sides, abstract and concrete. And here comes the quote and the difficult question. When Henry Ford invented the car or innovated the car 100 years ago, he made a very famous quote. If I had asked people what they wanted, they would have told me faster horses. He didn't ask them because he knew if he asked them, they would tell him faster horses. But he observed them and came up with the car. And the car in the picture is the minimum viable product that proved his main value proposition. What is the main value proposition of the car till today? Omar, Katamba, anybody?
Yes, right here.
Yes, I can. I'm around.
Yeah, what is the main value proposition? The main value proposition of the car to date. From the day that, what is the thing that if you take from the car, nobody's going to buy it? Yeah, I made it easier. Or what was missing in the horse? The horse had the 4 parts of the value. He was transforming them, so nobody tells me transportation. He was transporting them. His price was adequate. He had a social and psychological aspect. Psychological, because those Western people and the people who lives in the forest likes or on rural areas like in Egypt and more even like in Africa, we have this sympathy with animals. We see them, we know them. So psychologically, he felt good. Socially, horses are expensive. If you go to your work riding on a horse, you're a rich man. If you go in a cart that is pulled by 2 horses, oh, you are very rich. If you go in a golden cart with 8 horses, you're a capitalist. So it has a social status. What was missing in the horse? That Henry Ford observed, thus made the car in front of you that very much looks like a horse cart. That was his minimum viable product. Can you think of it?
The number of people it can take?
No. وسيلة.
Somebody say the speed, faster and not retired in the start.
No. Okay. The main value proposition of the car is based on what is missing in the horse, which is utmost control on speed. Anybody who raised pets in general or have a relation with animals know that animals have a temper that we cannot control. It's not just that the horse can get tired. On some days, he just doesn't want to go faster. So you cannot control his acceleration. So on the hypothetical case, which was available by that time, that there is zero traffic, you know the route, you go with your horse. Today you go to your work in 5 minutes, tomorrow you go in 8, after tomorrow you go in 3. You cannot control the acceleration. And the longer the distance comes, the worse it becomes. So the real innovation that he wanted to show in this minimum viable product is that it accelerates. Hence the gearbox, the transmission. And that was the second main step in the development of the car. Was moving it from manual to automatic, because people are now tired of having this tick back and forth. Now they just want to go on the fuel pedal and just run. And until date, the main feature everybody asks about the car is its acceleration rate. It reaches 100, from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in how many seconds? And God knows, in all of our countries in Africa, we don't have the roads to do this. But we always ask this question. And in Europe and in the States, they have better roads, but they are not meant for this type of acceleration that every car manufacturer puts on the top of his list to date. This car accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers in 6 seconds, or in 5 seconds, or in 3 seconds, or in 11 seconds. It's a must put. If he asked people, they would never told him acceleration. They thought that their horses were not fast. They would have told him faster horses. So with the concept of starting with the customer, you never ask them. They don't know what they want. The phase or the step of empathy is meant to have 2 things out of it. We identify the needs of the customers, and we have the insights about those needs. We will use the insights to come up with ideas, with solutions. We said the important thing is not the idea, it's the insight that gives us the ideas and solutions. The one tool we use is called Empathy Map. This is a live empathy map from IBM. So what happens when you start watching your customers? you will start segmenting them into groups because you will see similar behaviors and similar demographics. We call those personas. So after watching for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 months, whatever about the time you have, you will end up that that customer segment has 3 groups. Children, male and female, in the age from 15 to 17, and maybe females in the age from 18 to 21, and males in the age from 18 to 21. These are the main 3 groups. So what we do, we give every group, we choose one of those users and we name the group after him, so that as if we are dealing with one customer. So we still preserve the empathy sense and we name it in his name. And we come on a whiteboard, if we have the luxury to do this, or on a piece of paper, and we put the name of that persona. We have all the observations about the people in this persona with us, and what they said and what they did, and our stories, everything. And we draw 4 quarters. We take the left side, on the upper right, on the upper left corner, we write down what they are saying. And we write beneath it, in the lower left corner, what they are doing. And then from the stories and the engagement, we have what they think, which is their thoughts. And the thoughts here represents their cognition, their cumulative experience. And you get that out of the stories. And in the lower right corner, we write their emotions, their feelings. Now, if we start juxtaposing the says with the do's, we take every say and we contrast it with the do's. The second say and we contrast it with all the do's. We will start realizing needs. So we start writing them on the right side, on the left side here. Say like this, juxtapose it with this, and then with this, and then with this, and then with this. So we will start discovering keywords that represent needs. If we come here and take the cognition, the education, and we examine it against the emotions and the feelings, we will start formulating insights. We'll start understanding things. Here, after we finish this, for every persona, we said we had 3 personas. So for every persona, we have 3 or 4 needs and 5 insights. We move to the next step, which is the reframing of the problem. We now put all these needs and all these insights on a whiteboard, and we start talking about them. There's a missing slide here, excuse me. I apologize for this, but an associate was presenting this and it seems that he deleted Hello. Then we start defining the problem. To start defining the problem, what we actually do is we use what we unpacked from the empathy findings and develop what we call a human-centered problem statement. We call it for short the point of view of the customer, or for short we call it POV. And it has some characteristics. A good point of view helps us provide focus and frames the problem we want to solve. It inspires the team. We really are now defining a problem that we already know it's validated. So the actual value proposition or the actual understanding behind the value proposition is already validated. It's coming from the customers. And it provides us a reference for evaluating the different solutions. And it fuels brainstorming by suggested how might we. And it's easily written like that. User, and we write the persona name. Needs to, we write one of the needs. Because or but or surprisingly, and one of the insights. This ends us with, say, 3 or 4 problem statements for each persona. Then we put them on the whiteboard and we look at them and we will start seeing patterns in them. So we come with a theme, we come up with a theme or 2 that represents all these problems. Then we take that theme and we start the 3rd phase. Ideation, not idea. We ideate on how can we come up with solutions that meets up the store's themes. So the theme is the actual value proposition. The idea will end up with the minimum viable product. We think outside of the box. We use different techniques. And we do not go in high fidelity ideas. We don't go in deep details. We generate low fidelity ideas, very basic ideas. Why? Because we want to get as many ideas for the product or the solution as possible. And we defer judgment now. We just want to make sure that we considered everything. If you start trying to put some quality in the idea, it means that you're going to delve into details. And that's wrong because you are going into details before actually choosing the idea. We usually do this through brainstorming or brainwriting. Does anybody know the difference between them? Brainstorming is mainly a group discussion that is led by somebody. And he has the responsibility of writing everything on the board and coordinating and moderating the ideas. If the team is still fresh on doing this and we cannot do that and it's turning into a circus, we move to brainwriting, which is where everybody gets a piece of paper and we say we have 30 minutes, everybody sketches the idea. When the 30 minutes finish, everybody hands his paper to the guy next to him, to the guy to his left or to the right. And we take another 30 ideas where everybody is going to add to the idea of his friend. And we keep that until the first one who handed his paper comes back to him. Then we put them on the whiteboard and we start brainstorming. And if we feel that the team is stuck, we use the worst idea possible. We take a recess and we say, okay, let's focus on the opposite. Let's ideate the worst idea possible for this position. So everybody's relaxed. And everybody starts laughing. And that's after some time, somebody just says something he thinks is funny or it's bad, and it triggers something with somebody else, and then everybody's back on track. And we generate the ideas by using the innovator's friend. It's called the innovator's friend, Mr. Scamper. Mr. Scamper stands for substitute, combine, adapt, modify, put to another use, eliminate, reverse. And that's based on the very first concept we started with today, that any innovative product is the sum of all its parts. Remember that? So when we start generating the ideas, we generate the ideas by maybe combining different things together, then maybe taking something out of it, or maybe adapt something from existing life and put it to another use, and then eliminate something from it and take something else and reverse it. That's how ideas are generated. It is systemic. Ideas are not the creative process. Ideas are built on the creative process. The creative process has illumination and elaboration. It doesn't have ideas. So ideas, generating ideas are easy. The point is, are we generating ideas on the right understanding of the situation or the wrong understanding? When we ideate, we do that in sketching, because there is a reason why we sketch as designers, because using your eye and your hand along with your thinking enables the both halves, the both hemispheres of your mind to work together, which makes you more creative. In the step of prototyping, we prototype inexpensive versions of the problem solutions. We call it rapid prototypes. We have to build it to see it moving, or more, give it live. Even if I am doing a software, a mobile app, we sketch its interface and we take photos of it of a camera, and there are applications that are specifically there so that I can import those pictures very quickly and put hot areas and have it clickable, a clickable, very quick prototype in less than 15 minutes, and play with it to understand the flow and the back end. That you need, even after coming up with the idea, you need to build it in an inexpensive way to examine it. You need to use your hand in a different way. You need to use the idea. That's where prototypes are important for. And we share them with ourselves. If they are okay and we are happy with them, that's important, because you guys are technological. So I forgot that I have this type, is the types of prototypes. Those types that we use are called rapid prototypes. If you are doing technology things, you will need to have technology prototypes, like writing a class. So technology prototypes are usually in technological products, and they represent parts that will become part of the rapid prototype later. A certain functionality that has to be there. So we build it and test it. Like I have Bluetooth connectivity, or like a certain class that extracts something from the data and presents the best evaluated one. And we have something called functional prototypes, which are usually executing the function regardless of the shape. It's very common in consumer electronics. Most of you in IoT know it with the Raspberry Pi and the different things. We get things off the shelf to test the functionality of the system. And then there is the fabrication prototype, which is the exact final product that I will send, if it's going to be manufactured, that I will send to the manufacturer along with drawings. That usually involves 3D printers and CNCs. There is a workflow for the prototype for any of them. It's a linear workflow. You start with planning. In the planning, you need to review the objectives. You don't have the luxury of completely prototyping everything in the solution. So you review the objectives. What do I need to prototype? Why am I prototyping it? And you set why. And then you sketch the layout of what you're going to prototype. And then you start the preparation. If you have templates that you're going to cut, if you have 3D files that you're going to send to a low fidelity, very quick 3D printer, you need to prepare those files. And then you start building the parts, even if you are doing a software. Parts, as you've seen, are either additive or subtractive. And that's how even we approached in thinking. So you make the parts, you're building a piece of software. That's why we have object-oriented. You either get an existing class and subtract something from it, or you write a new function or a new extension to the class. And then you put them all together to have the finished product. So the prototyping workflow works both for tangible and intangible products. After prototyping, and the prototyping material for the rapid prototype is usually paper. The most used is paper and white glue. Of you from French-speaking countries in Africa and in North Africa, they know the papier mâché. That is using paper along with white glue to create artifacts out of it. And that, although it's named in French, that's a technique that is coming from Persia. In the Timurid period, which is the 1600s, all the mosques in Iran, their domes, the entire construction of the ceiling was made out of paper. And it lived for centuries. You don't imagine how quickly and how solid prototypes you can make out of paper. We have foam, different types of polystyrene, thermoplastic sheets, polyethylene boards, wood, clay, and of course paint and graphics. And part of the prototyping is testing the prototype on the business model. When I prototype, I start having a solid idea about the key activities. And I have to start having and realizing what materials I will need if I need materials. So I can just start estimating my costs here. And then I have the value proposition and the customer, which was validated. I start after I seen it, how I'm gonna sell it to them, if I need any partnerships. So it enables me to as well see the main thing of the solution. I have to know how to do it and be capable of doing it. No matter how the solution is good, when I prototype it, I will discover if I have the knowledge to do it and the resources to do it in real or not. If I miss one of these, then it's not doable. And you can only understand that and start pivoting from the business model canvas. Then we come for testing. The testing phase is after we tested it as a team and we are fine with it, we give it to external people. We keep them use it or we watch them using it. So again, we're back to observation. Log it, question it against criteria. And if there is any defaults in the first iterations, usually there will be, we jump back to any step. We can jump back. We are here. We can go back to empathy, go and observe people, or maybe we jump back to changing something in the idea, or based on the usage. No, the problem is not like that. We redefine the problem and then we go ideate from the beginning. This is another iteration. To wrap it up, you have to get out to the customer. You cannot innovate sitting in the office. Even with COVID, you take the precautions, but you need to get out to the customer. In either of them, as you've seen, two ways: customer discovery, design thinking, eventually you will get out to the customer. Customer discovery, you will think first and go to the customer. Design thinking, you will go to the customer and then think. You need mainly to focus on value, not on minimum product. You need to understand what is the main value proposition. Take it in steps, focus on the main thing, and then add on it and iterate. And don't be afraid to pivot. Pivoting is not failure. Going back again to Einstein, another very, very, very nice quote. All of the problems that human beings are living with are from our own creation, including the climate change. This guy said so many years ago, we cannot solve our own problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So you have to assess and pivot. Don't stick to the same thinking if it's not working. And finally, as Steve Jobs said, design is not just what it looks like and feels like. The product has to look good and feels good, because that triggers the customer to buy it. But it has to work. Designing is how it works, which its value proposition. Getting the job done for the customer. We implement that in baby steps, so that I am going back to the steps. You do a live prototype. When you want to launch, we do live prototypes. So it means like in a beta phase, we create 50, 60 products and we sell them to customers, or we give them away to customers. We watch them using it to help us pivot and change and assess. While we're doing that, we have better understanding of our roadmap. So we start putting a realistic roadmap without burning too much cash. Then we assess our resources, what activities, what capabilities, what responsibilities, what materials. Only when I know my resources, where I will understand on the business model, what will I take as partners. If I need a partner, building partnerships takes time. So I start talking to partners. I didn't launch anything in mass yet. It's a live prototype. And then you will understand your need of finance. Can you fund it, or you need more funding? This will make you come up with a funding strategy. Ayan kanit, whatever your funding strategy is, you will need a pitch. Whether you're taking a loan, you're asking for angel investment, you're asking for a new partnership, you're asking for a VC, you're asking for round A, you're asking for a seed, you will need a pitch. You will need a funding strategy that starts with a pitch. Now, after you do this, you can start a pilot. A pilot is like making the live prototype more in mass production. It's third or fourth iteration as we were doing this based on feedback from the live prototype users. and we launch it on a smaller scale to make sure that we are not missing anything. And before we decide, we put the pilot out, we define what success is. The best example that professionally, very professionally, went on this roadmap, extremely disciplined, and became the earliest unicorn in the history of technology is Clubhouse. Clubhouse is still in a pilot until now. And they surpassed the 1 billion valuation. They were able, through their live prototyping and setting the roadmap, to raise round A after a pre-seed funding immediately, with 3 months. Understanding that process, understanding it's about your customer, and going disciplined on this process while defining internally and in front of your investor. Defining success depends on how you are pitching. Gets you results. Summary, again, be agile and get busy. Get out to the customers, get out of the office, iterate, pivot if needed. It's not a failure. Pivot is not a failure. And I wish you all luck. I'm sorry for those extra 30 minutes. These are all my contacts. Please feel free to contact me at any time if you have any questions or you need any further help. That said, I am happy to take questions if you have any questions right now.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation.
You're more than welcome, Habibi.
So I wanted to ask for the pitch competition.
Again, please, Ya Omar, I didn't hear you.
I wanted to ask for the presentation in Dubai.
Yes.
You know, we have 2 tracks. We have the startup track and we have the final year project track.
Okay.
Our slide design, you know, for final year project, basically the slide design is all about starting with the abstract, the introduction about the project, then the methodology. Then
we will talk about the presentation tomorrow in details.
Okay.
About the generic way how to build a winning presentation. The details or the specific of the venue, we will have the people from the challenge with us, and we will address those questions tomorrow more relevant. But today we wanted to focus on the value, because the whole idea about building a successful pitch is understanding and conveying to your people, that to your audience, that you understand the customer's opportunity and you're able to exploit it. That's why I always start with the part of reassuring the importance of the value proposition. I don't believe you will go back and redo everything you've done, but you, after we said today, you will be able to put it in another way. And we will talk about that way tomorrow, inshallah. That's the subject of tomorrow, bi'Iznillah.
Inshallah.
عمرو، الناس بتسألني على الدايركت. They are asking me about the recording of the presentation.
Is it possible we get the slide?
The slides, yes, usually tomorrow after the second presentation, I have the slides got out in PDF, and the guys from the Africa IoT AI challenge will send it to all the attendants, inshallah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. عمرو انت سامعني؟
مستر اشرف لحضرتك.
بص انا جاي لي حاجه على الدايركت مسجز، كذا حد بيسال will they get access to the recording؟
هكونتاكت حسين، ويعني هيبقى مع اللوكال بارتنرز يعني.
طيب اوكي، بس يعني so we will inform يا جماعه answering to the question of the access to the recording. Our team here will be contacting the local representatives and discussing this with them, and if it's going to be available, it will be available through them. Okay, any other questions, Shabab?
Okay.
Okay, so if anybody if nobody has any questions, this will conclude the night, and hopefully see you tomorrow at the same time, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Ashraf. Thank you all for your interest. See you tomorrow, inshallah, at the same time with another webinar. Thank you.